vote. My beautiful Christians, I love you, Christians. I'm a Christian. I love you. Get out. You.
Look at him smile. It wasn't as ready.
I put all those things out there.
Yeah.
How did these guys not know this was taking place?
So I've been to Israel many times. The whole country's a fortress. When I first heard this story, I still had the same gut instinct that I did initially. I find this very hard to believe. I've been to that Gaza border. You cannot go 10 feet without running into a 19-year-old with an AR-15 or an automatic machine gun that's an IDF soldier, right? The whole country is surveilled. And so let me just kind of go through this. We don't talk about Israeli politics very often, and most Americans don't know this. The last 9 months, Israel was on the brink of civil war. It's not an exaggeration. This judicial stuff, there were hundreds of thousands of Israelis taking to the streets because Bibi Netanyahu was basically redefining the Israeli constitution. That's not an exaggeration, right? He said the judicial branch has too much power. There were protests planned this week against Netanyahu, where they anticipated tens of thousands of people to take to the streets. That's all gone, Patrick. Netanyahu now has an emergency government and a mandate to lead. I'm not willing to go so far that saying that Netanyahu knew or there was intelligence here, but I think some questions need to be asked. Was there a stand down order? Was there a stand down order? 6 hours? I don't believe it. Israel's the size of New Jersey. When I took a helicopter ride from Jerusalem to the Gaza border, it's 45 minutes. 6 hours. They're live streaming the killing of Jews. Did somebody in the government say stand down? That is a legitimate, non-conspiracy question. The whole country is the IDF. The whole country is. Yeah. And you're trying to tell me that they're going to concerts and kibbutzes and schools and by reports 6 hours. Let's say it's 3 hours.
That's suspect. Go ahead, Rob.
It's also not like a right-wing reporting. This is from the New York Times. The long wait for help as massacre unfolds in Israel. I can't think of a more liberal news outlet than the New York Times.
And by the way, I'm actually very pro-Israel. So let me be very, so I'm not exactly.
Well, I think we all are.
No, I just want to make sure my position is clear here. But so Patrick, there are other explanations. It's possible that the Netanyahu government was double-crossed by bad agents. Okay? That's dark, but it's not as dark as what we're talking about. Okay? Another aspect is that Netanyahu might have traitors in his government, like legitimate traitors.
Hi, my name is Chuck Swindoll, and I wrote this.
Who knows the first 2 laws that Hitler implemented? Who knows the first 2 laws? Before the Nuremberg laws. Before that, we're talking about years before it. Hitler first comes into power. What's the first 2 laws? Okay, I'll save you the time. Rule number 1. No more pornography. No more homosexuality. None of that garbage. Not allowed. Berlin, in the 30s, in the 20s, was the Sodom and
Welcome to the stream. We got some new music we found. So we're going to put some songs on my SoundCloud. I did not pay for my SoundCloud Plus. So there will be commercials, unfortunately. I apologize.
You really got to pick a hero. You got 10 seconds left.
Here we go.
this game. It just started, baby.
The portrait of this battle will be painted in blood.
People always ask, Nick Jonas, what's it like to be a rock star?
Who asks you that?
People, Joe, people. And I tell them it's heavy work, late nights, lots of travel. I'm always looking for ways to feel lighter.
And that's why you're always carrying balloons.
One song, one
What? No. What? That's why we always drink Almond Breeze.
Oh yeah, stuff is great. Creamy, delicious. It's so light.
That's right. I put it in my smoothie, my coffee, my cereal.
Point is, use Almond Breeze.
That's just what I was gonna say.
I should have went the other way.
Take your next great vacation in Denver, the Mile High City. The food, expertly casual. The art, refined yet approachable. The outdoors, lightly adventurous. And we're completely hardcore about taking it easy. So get ready to explore and find a groove all your own. This is how we Denver. See it for yourself at visitdenver.com/discover.
Like that. Didn't know you could move like that. Two-step real smooth like that. All night get down like that. Turn around, make it bounce like that. Didn't know you could hang like that. Sipping on champagne like that. Turn up, get ill like that. Didn't know you would chill like that. Like that. Like that. Didn't know you could hang like that. Sipping on champagne like that. Turn up, get ill like that. Didn't know you would chill like that. Like that.
I didn't realize you were chill like that.
Didn't know you could hang like that. Sipping on champagne like that. Turn up, get ill like that. Didn't know you would chill like that. Didn't know you could move like that. Two-step real smooth like that. All night get down like that. Turn around, make it bounce like that. Didn't know you could hang like that. Sipping on champagne like that. Turn up, get ill like that. Didn't know you would chill like that. Like that. Didn't know you would chill like that. Didn't know you could hang like that. Sipping on champagne like that. Turn up, get ill like that. Didn't know you would chill like that.
It was always.
Bitches talking shit, acting like they can't be touched. When it's time to fight, she the last one to throw a party. Be about herself, she laid back, ain't acting tough. Get her with her crew, she the main one getting bucked. Bitches talking shit, acting like they can't be touched. When it's time to fight, she the last one to throw a party. Be about herself, she laid back, ain't acting tough. Get her with her crew, she the main one getting bucked. Bitches talking shit, acting like they can't be touched. When it's time to fight, she the last one to throw a party. Be about herself, she laid back, ain't acting tough. Get her with her crew, she the main one getting bucked. Bitches talking shit. about herself, she laid back, ain't acting tough. Get her with her feet, she the main one, getting bucked. Bitches talking shit, acting like they can't be touched. When it's time to fight, she the last one to throw a punch. Be about herself, she laid back, ain't acting tough. Get her with her feet, she the main one, getting bucked. Bitches talking shit, acting like they can't be touched. Be about herself, she laid back, ain't acting tough. Bitches talking shit, acting like they can't be touched. Be about herself, she laid back, ain't acting tough. Getting bucked. Get her with her feet, she the main one, getting bucked. When it's time to fight, she the last one to throw a party. Acting tough, get her with her feet, she the main one, getting bucked. When it's time to fight, she the last one to throw a party. Getting bucked. Be about herself, she laid back, ain't acting tough. Get her with her crew, she the main one, getting bucked. Bitches talking shit, acting like they can't be touched. When it's time to fight, she the last one to throw a punch. Be about herself, she laid back, ain't acting tough. Get her with her crew, she the main one, getting bucked. Bitches talking shit, acting like they can't be touched. When it's time to fight, she the last one to throw a punch. Be about herself, she laid back. Shit, acting like they can't be touched. When it's time to fight, she the last one to throw a punch. Be about herself, she laid back, ain't acting tough. Get her with her feet, she the main one, getting bucked. Bitches talking shit, acting like they can't be touched. When it's time to fight, she the last one to throw a punch. Be about herself, she laid back, ain't acting tough. Get her with her feet, she the main one, getting bucked. Bitches talking shit, acting like they can't be touched. Be about herself, she laid back, ain't acting tough. Bitches talking shit, acting like they can't be touched. Be about herself, she laid back, ain't acting tough. Getting bucked. Get her with her feet, she the main one, getting bucked. When it's time to fight, she the last one to throw a party. Acting tough, get her with her feet, she the main one, getting bucked. When it's time to fight, she the last one to throw a party. Getting bucked.
Nothing beats a Dota 2 holiday, and right now you can get up to 50 gold off per person.
I felt a jackhammering pain in my jaw.
Like someone sawing my bones. Barbed wire in my shoulder.
Like a cattle prod in my hip.
Like I put my foot in a blender.
Pain is different for everyone. But where pain starts, Jurnavix suzetrigine begins. Jurnavix is a non-opioid 50 milligram prescription tablet for adults with moderate to severe acute pain that reduces pain signals before they reach the brain. Before those signals tell the brain to feel
like I punched an angry beehive.
And pain reduction can finally begin. Do not take Jurnavix with CYP3A inhibitors. Avoid use with grapefruit or liver problems, as these may increase side effects. Tell your doctor about all your medicines if you are pregnant or breastfeeding. Jurnavix may make certain medicines.
University of Phoenix. I take one class at a time and log in on my schedule.
University of Phoenix, built for real life. Get started at phoenix.edu.
Hold up, girl, before you get in trouble. Back it up, reverse, make that ass go. Got a few bad bitches in the back of the club, acting bad, shaking ass, and they all wanna fuck. There they go. Yeah, there they go. Before you get in trouble, back it up, reverse, make that ass go double. Ass go double. Back it up, reverse, make that ass go double. Ass go double. Back it up, reverse, make that ass go. Got a few bad bitches in the back of the club, acting bad, shaking ass, and they all wanna fuck. There they go. Yeah, there they go. Hold up, girl, before you get in trouble, back it up, reverse, make that ass go double. Before you get in trouble, back it up, reverse, make that ass go double. Yeah, there they go. Yeah, there they go. Yeah, there they go. Yeah, there they go.
It's a side clack, baby.
Living with uncontrolled moderate to severe ulcerative colitis can be like going to yoga class.
Long have my people suffered for my
during an
ambitions.
earthquake.
Oh no, what's that shaking?
Are you wondering when your UC symptoms will pop up next?
Sex with him. I had sex with him. Sex with him. Sex with him. I had 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 sex with him for about a year and a half.
She's not wearing a bra.
He gave me a lot of pleasure.
Meant to be.
I like men like that. Men who give me pleasure.
This world will never.
Didn't you ever fuck anybody else when you were married? It's nice.
Therefore, his mom. Oh my God, so funny with the song.
You still get the pleasure. 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 Gave me a lot of pleasure. Men who give me pleasure. I like men like that. I had sex with him for about a year and a half. He gave me a lot of pleasure. You still get the pleasure.
I'm gonna have to now.
I had sex with him. Sex with him. I had sex with him. Sex with him.
He was trying very hard.
I had sex with him. Sex with him. I had sex with him. Sex with him. Sex with him. Sex with him. I had sex with him for about a year and a half.
Handsome Bonnie was hanging off the bed.
Didn't you ever
I didn't want you to wake up all hurt.
You still get
Because you slept all bad.
You still get the pleasure. 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 You still get the pleasure.
think we're in a retirement crisis in this country today.
In just 3 years, Americans feel like they need 53% more money to retire comfortably.
When people are thinking long-term, scarcity, scarcity, scarcity.
There's only 21 million Bitcoin that'll ever exist.
And this is a cutting edge of opportunity to take a piece of your IRA 401k and put it directly into Bitcoin.
If you're smart and you're right about Bitcoin, what better place to have it than in a retirement savings account in that tax sheltered setting, like some of our clients that have had massive gains.
Shop Mother's Day gifts on Etsy. From artwork to decor to jewelry, find personalized keepsakes that celebrate every side of mom. Shop original gifts from small shops on Etsy.
Oh, of course, yeah. Fucking poor people. Didn't I play that here? Never. Never in my life do I get that lucky to where I proc like that. Ever. But watch, he's gonna proc again. I love it. Dead. bullshit. I can't go to any lane and get XP because every lane's getting a red. I can't believe that he actually got me. Spirit Breaker's level 9. Witch Doctor's level 9. Because Witch Doctor's solo bottom. And Spirit Breaker's mid. And Chaos Knight is solo top. Because Pudge is going. So all of them are multiple levels higher than us. And I'm just getting smashed because I'm the lowest level in the life. And I'm gonna leave when Pudge is on. Oh yeah, I can't wait. He reconnected at the last second? Nice. Perfect. I'm so happy. Now he gets to come in with the giant lead that he called because he's knocking everybody out. And everybody's getting more XP. He's going. It's their way of making the game fair. Giving them more XP and more gold than you. It's fair. What the fuck? It's fucking faggot. He's already gone. So he's only coming after me.
Build apps that scale. Meet Base 44. Prompt it.
I'll die. I can't. I'll die doing that. I can't escape. That's why I say here. It's a reward, so I can do it. What Damien? Oh, I thought you called me.
Steady grace.
waiting for that.
Telling people the problem is teens and young adults. From ages 15 to 19, the fertility rate is down 7%, and it's down 70% over the last 2 decades, meaning we're telling people that are young not to have babies. The problem is teens and young.
Okay, why would you do that age grouping? 15 to 19? That's an interesting bracket of ages.
Well, good morning, everybody. And let me say a couple of notes of appreciation. First of all, to the Prime Minister of Pakistan and to Field Marshal Munir, who were both incredible hosts. And whatever shortcomings in the negotiation, it wasn't because of the Pakistanis who did an amazing job and really tried to help us and the Iranians bridge the gap and get to a deal. We have been at it now for 21 hours, and we've had a number of substantive discussions with the Iranians. That's the good news. The bad news is that we have not reached an agreement, and I think that's bad news for Iran much more than it's bad news for the United States of America. So we go back to the United States having not come to an agreement.
What did you tweet out then? What was the tweet? What were the emails? What were the messages? What were the statements? Why would you make these statements with nothing? So we're just sorry. This is why I said before why I didn't want to like go over these 10 points you're going to read out, because I knew none of this is real. It's fucking retarded. There's nothing. There was never. None of this was ever going to be followed. It's crazy. This is a crazy set of things to follow. For
very clear what our red lines are, what things we're willing to.
Your controller should be fully charged now. Your controller should be fully charged now.
Welcome back to the part that froze your computer before. Oh my god. Dragonfly. Oh my god. You can actually see the grasshoppers hop around. Yeah, you can actually see the butterflies. Damn it. I need a fucking dragonfly, dude. I need a fucking dragonfly, dude. Please. Now, I'm almost positive. If we go here, Crazy. Boom. So I'm right there. Take around there. So we're gonna find the teleport, which is right here. And we're gonna do that mission, which I hate the swamp part. And then we don't have our. I don't think we got our fan plugged in. Let me check what this is. Oh. Okay, yeah, let me get this. I'm sorry for the light. Oh, man. Perfect. Hey.
To accommodate them on, and what things we're not willing to accommodate them on. And
so now here's a question for all of the dick sucks like Will Chamberlain and all these other dick sucking, crazy dick riding, dick harvesting, cum swallowing, fucking spineless, cowardly, jelly backbone motherfucking conservatives who are all saying that Trump was a god for negotiating this fucking deal. What are they going to say now that none of this was actually negotiated? Now are they immediately going to switch sides and say, oh, actually this is God, whatever. Sorry.
We made that as clear as we possibly could, and they have chosen not to accept our terms. Questions?
So, Nick Robertson from CNN. Precisely what have they rejected here? Can you help us understand it a little bit?
Well, I won't go into all the details because I don't want to negotiate in public after we negotiated for 21 hours in private. But the simple fact
that's really crazy because you had no problem posting all the points and all the other bullshit before. You had no problem so many social media posts and all this other shit. But now you think, but now you don't want to go over what the negotiations were about? Okay, cool, Chief. Okay.
Is that we need to see an affirmative commitment that they will not seek a nuclear weapon, and they will not seek the tools that would enable them to quickly achieve a nuclear weapon. That is the core goal of the President of the United States, and that's what we've tried to achieve through these negotiations. Again, their nuclear program, such as it is, the enrichment facilities that they had before, they've been destroyed. But the simple question is, do we see a fundamental commitment of will for the Iranians not to develop a nuclear weapon, not just now, not just 2 years from now, but for the long term? We haven't seen that yet. We hope that we will.
Was there a framework on anything? And also, did the Iranian frozen assets come up, and did you reach any conclusions on those frozen assets?
We talked about all those issues, Jim, and we talked about a number of issues beyond that. And so certainly those things came up. But again, we just could not get to a situation where the Iranians were willing to accept our terms. I think that we were quite flexible. We were quite accommodating. The president told us, you need to come here in good faith and make your best effort to get a deal. We did that. And unfortunately, we weren't able to make any headway. Preston.
Mr. Vice President, how often did you communicate with President Trump throughout the negotiations? There were reports that there were multiple rounds, where there were breaks in between negotiations. How often did you communicate with the president throughout those rounds, and what was he saying as you were going through these negotiations that you said fell short?
Yeah, obviously we were talking to the president consistently. I don't know how many times we talked to him, a half dozen times, a dozen times over the past 21 hours. We obviously also talked to Admiral Cooper, to Pete, to Marco, to the entire national security team. We talked to Scott Bessent a number of times. So look, we were constantly in communication with the team because we were negotiating in good faith. And we leave here with a very simple proposal, a method of understanding that is our final and best offer. We'll see if the Iranians accept it. Thank you.
On the UN thing, so you said that you don't think that. To be clear, just to put my stakes down, with Zelensky's comment, I just thought it was interesting. There was a perspective of it where, like you said, that guy was arguing something, basically saying he was equating them, and then he was that whole argument. What I'm interested in, basically, in my opinion, the idea that Iran shouldn't be able to lock down the strait is a lot more iffy than it's just like a binary yes or no. And I'm wondering if your take on that was just purely because of the IRGC's like terrorism and they're like all the bad shit they do. Would your take be different if like Iran wasn't bad and like the aggressors in this situation, like Israel and US, were actually the worst? Does that make sense?
No, I think even if they had a just cause for war, don't think I would agree. This is where my brain goes immediately. Let's imagine instead that it's a giant dam or something. If it was a thing like that and they said like, we're not going to operate this anymore, then I think maybe I would say, well, fuck it, maybe they're at war. Could they say we're not operating this anymore? Maybe, sure. But in terms of like bombing or attacking ships passing through, I'm not sure ever if I would agree with that. Or rather, like, if they want to, fine. But I would say that that would be a cause for war for every other country on the planet then. I'm trying to think of, like, how America... Isn't that basically how we were pulled into World War I? Was it U-boats, German U-boats attacking and sinking?
Yeah, that was the first thing I thought about as well. Like, when the Allied nations were attacking the boats that, or stuff that were going to, like, Japan and Nazi Germany, and the same way they also attacked ours, right? So, like, the idea that, like, we're not at total war, or no, the US is not at total war in Israel with Iran, but Iran is at total war with them. So how does that kind of dynamic play out? Well, like, yes, you could argue, and I think it is true, Iran bombing every ship that comes into the strait, but at the same time, the Gulf states that are hosting the American stations that are allowing the US to fire at Iran are getting more money from the what's, you know, going through the traffic, right? So, and that's kind of, you know, one of the reasons why they were bombing the Gulf states, I think, along with just causing chaos to, like...
Sure. I don't think they should be able to do it, but, like, I understand it. If I was part of the Iranian regime, I would probably be committed to this. One of the big issues is it's hard for me because usually when we're thinking about rules of war, the rules are kind of followed by both sides and everything. But right now, like you said, like this is like a regime change war for Iran. So I don't even know what the fuck incentive they would have in order to do anything. Since it's a full-on regime change war, like I can understand why Iran would be like, fuck this, we're shutting it down. But you're not, like, these are wars you're not really supposed to be engaged in. Like, or you understand, you know, like if you're engaged in these wars, you're not going to get anything from the other side, right?
The things I had that, like, with that guy earlier came in that I think were interesting was the aspect that, like, everyone was approaching this, and I obviously, you know, from Shaf's perspective, they're very lefty binary kind of view. What was, like, curious on your side though is that, like, for me, the Zelensky tweet implicitly, well, okay, so from my understanding of how shipping works and all that stuff, Zelensky's tweet by necessity implies that the UN, i.e. everyone else, should put pressure onto Iran, either through kinetic means or economic means, or go into a coalition to secure the strait. The problem is with those kind of things is, like, and the problem I have with it is, like, it is necessitating that other countries get involved in Trump's and Iran's war in some way. It doesn't mean that, for example, they have to attack Iran, but they have to support his war in some way.
I mean, I don't necessarily know if I would say that that has to be the case. I mean, like I understand that you could say that, like, a lot of the actions the UN Security Council would take maybe would have to go down that road, but, like, imagine the rest of the world, bro. Every single time the U.S. is up to some bullshit in the Middle East, like, everybody gets fucked for it. It was the Houthis that were shutting down access to the Suez Canal. Now it's Iran that's shutting down global energy markets to the Strait through the Strait of Hormuz. Like, it's like every time some shit's going on, it's like, what the fuck is one of the primary missions of, really, I mean, the United States and the UN broadly should be, like, to guarantee, like, these are basic things that we don't normally talk about, like shipping lanes. Like, you should be able to ship products.
I know, yeah.
Yeah, so, like, I can understand the frustration, and then this is ignoring all the added context of, like, Iran and Russia and the shipping controls and all that bullshit, yeah.
I'm just saying that, like, okay, so maybe I wasn't specific. What I'm saying is that, like, the way in which that they would open this lane, for example, would be, like, making... So, the only way ships are going to go back through that strait is if the war ends, and there is no more kinetic stuff going on at all, or Iran isn't threatening ships, or so the war ends, all that stops, right? But even if you had a scenario where the whole UN came together and basically said, yo, if you don't stop this, we're going to destroy you, like, not destroy you, like, kinetically, but economically, we're never going to work with you again. That wouldn't, like, if the war was still going on, or there was still being drones shot, like, terminals in the Gulf states, there wouldn't be shipping there. Like, it's a binary kind of situation where, like, if a war is going on, or there's a risk of war, no ships are going to go in the strait. Maybe they will leave, there's no ships are going to go in it to get, like, stuff and come back out, because it's not worth the risk.
Well, so, I mean, like, if there was a guarantee that there wouldn't be attacks, or if there wasn't a history of attacks in these shipping lanes, I think it might look a little bit different, but...
It wouldn't be anywhere near as, like, the same. It would still cause massive harm onto the rest of the world, like, pretty much the same amount. Because even if you have like 30 to 50% of the throughput, you've still got all of the demand destruction from the deleted supply of the other 50% that's going to have to flow through. Like, sure, it's going to be less pain, but it's still going to be a monumental amount of pain.
I mean, you can show me a shipping manifest or whatever, or all the cargo ships, but my guess is going to be that the Houthis in the ships through the Suez Canal is not just been the same exact change based on nothing. It's probably been, when there's more military activity from the Houthis bombing ships, it probably dramatically drops, and then when they get bombed or they stop, it probably goes up, but I doubt it's just a straight line the same the entire time or barely changed, you know?
Okay, so I can show you a fucking chart if you want. But
Yeah, show me the fucking chart.
Sorry, that wasn't meant to come off in a like that kind of way.
Neither was mine, bitch. Just kidding, sorry.
Okay, so the Houthi attack on the Strait, you can see it when it happened, right? The Houthis have not attacked anything since, I think it was like 2025, maybe, or 2024, when the missiles stopped flying, and there's not going to be any change in this for a while. Like, it's changed recently because of the war in the Gulf. Ships have had to, so Saudi has had to reroute their supplies that usually go for the Persian Gulf to the Red Sea. So there's more going through that pipeline. So there will be more ships going through the Bandeb now. But like, this is meant to be basically me proving to you that it doesn't matter even if there is no more shit going on. Just the possibility of it happening is going to make ships not want to go there.
Okay. Well, I guess so. Then never mind. Yeah.
Yeah. So I would say that from the perspective of the person that was saying earlier, like, I would agree somewhat with the idea that Zelensky is putting this kind of onus onto the world.
Sure. Do you think, I feel like, I'll slightly change my position. I feel like if there wasn't a history of bombing ships, I don't know if it would be the same. So like, my guess is going to be, I could be wrong, but in November of 2023 or December of 2023, was this the first time we saw the Houthis attack? Because there's been a civil war going on there for a long time. But if the first time they attacked was in 2023, I guess I could agree with you after that. Once they've shown a proclivity towards doing it, then nobody's going to go through while there's active war. But if they hadn't had, there was no history of that happening so commonly, do you think that it would still be the same?
No, the biggest necessity for basically stopping or removing kind of transits is a direct kind of closeness to that lane of traffic, and also the government or the prevailing military in that area saying that you cannot come through here. Once that kind of happens, then insurance,
sure.
So just the general thing has to change, right? So like, one thing that Chow was asking me, I think it was Doomberg, was saying like, okay, what would happen if, like, for example, Iran, or I was saying actually, Tim, like, if Iran never attacked any of the ships, and they said, we're not going to attack any of the ships in this war, like, we're going to let any of them come through, the transit through the Strait would still be incredibly low, because they are right next to the Strait. They are it's like a couple miles off, and they are firing like drones and ballistic missiles at the Gulf terminals and stuff. No one would want to risk being stuck in the Gulf, because potentially at any point the Iranian kind of government might say the Strait is closed right now, or they might never do that, but it's just the idea of that kind of, the risk is not worth it for them.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. I just wanted to clear up that kind of thing, because I think it's a misunderstanding a lot of people have of like the overall just shipping, and it's also in the media a lot now, and people having to like think about these things, but it's a pretty complicated industry, and it's not as simple as like, you know, the coalitions of like the Western world can just say, hey, it's safe, and they'll be like, oh, okay, cool.
Sure.
Yeah.
I still sympathize with Zelensky's frustration though, because then that does, if everything that you're saying is true, which I think demonstrated a good argument for it, then that kind of furthers the argument that like the UN is just basically fucking worthless if they can't even do something like guarantee free passage of ships for global shipping stuff.
I think, well, this is a pretty unique example, because it is literally just a one way, there is no other way to the Hormuz Strait, but like, at the same time, I'm not trying to come off as like, and I tell it, so this is the beginning, I'm not trying to come off as like Zelensky is like,
well, is this really a unique thing? Because I feel like we went through this with the Suez a few times with Israel and Egypt as well, where Egypt is just like,
Suez you can just go around, like you can go Cape of Good, right? Like,
yeah, you can, but it's like, this is like, isn't this like 2 weeks extra of time? But yeah, I'm just saying that like the UN is not able, it doesn't seem like the UN is able to compel other nations to allow like free shipping or like free passages.
It's really hard, because like when you have choke points like this, that, like as I said, the power of the nation that's controlling it is so diametrically just over the UN. Like they just do not have that kind of.
Sure, it would be hard to think of how they could enforce that without some like a crazy like a UN.
Because if you think about it from like if you're really thinking about this from someone like a conglomerate, like a lot of the, like when the ceasefire came out, right, a lot of the companies, like the shipping companies like Maersk and then Lloyd's were like basically saying like, this is not changing our perspective on the shit, like we're not telling any of our people to go to the Strait, because these people aren't like, they're not assessing it on like a it's similar to like the Pakistan thing, right? Like when Trump gives an ultimatum for like ultimate destruction, it's like similar to the Pakistan that they now have to completely stop this. They can like throw Iran under the bus, like in negotiations or like between them or anything. They have to make sure this doesn't happen. And it's similar for the ship. It's like it's not their job to keep things flowing if there's like a good enough price. It's their job to keep like their ships, their fleet existing. That's way above anything else, right? So from their perspective, it's not about whether like, oh, maybe it's safe enough now. It's like, is it safe or is it not? It's binary, right?
Sure.
If it's not, then we're not going through.
Sure.
From Zelensky's POV, I would say that he has every right to say this though, but people defending him, I think, are kind of retarded, because from his perspective, Iran, who has been funding the war against Ukraine, has been doing this, and then they have now started a war that's going to immensely affect them because they get loads of their oil from there. It's going to affect them in loads of other ways as well, negatively, and Europe, which is affecting them, funding them. So obviously, I'm not trying to say that Zelensky shouldn't be able to say this. I don't think so. I just think from a high-level perspective of like strategic shit, it doesn't make any sense to agree that we should call on the UN to go behind America and Israel's war on this and pressure Iran. If it means negotiations happening, I think that would be good. But like pushing for the Strait to open, I think is not, because it's just sunk cost fallacy. Like if you like keep open, or are they going to contest you? Then like, you do that, you're like, yeah.
Okay.
Is there anything else? No, I don't think so. Right. No, thank you.
Be careful.
The filibuster. I think getting rid of it would actually be good, and people might soy out on this because not that hard of a take. But do you think it would make Republicans/Democrats have to vote their minds more versus just
on party lines all the time?
Being able to hide behind party lines? Yeah.
Maybe. It's hard to say.
Okay.
I kind of agree with the filibuster. I actually think it's an okay thing to have conceptually. Like ideally you would want a little bit more consensus in the Senate before you start passing like huge pieces of legislation. I don't think that's the worst thing in the world. But the only issue is that the Republican Party is just so fractured on everything, and they're or not fractured, but I should say so polarized against fucking everything that it is impossible to do anything right now in Congress. You have a Republican Congress, to repeat the arguments I give over and over again about how irritated I get when people are like, oh, we need new laws to prevent these things from happening and everything else. Like, the laws to stop Trump are all in place right now. The Republican side of Congress has decided that they have abdicated all responsibility to their job. They do not want to do anything. They don't work anymore. So, I mean, like, what do you do at that point? You know?
I just think it'd be nice to have, I don't know, maybe play a little bit more politics in, like, the way of, like, if there's a bill that
like what Biden was doing,
like
he was good at talking to individual senators. Like what should happen in an ideal world, and I understand there's going to be some politicking involved, but in an ideal world, what would happen is a new bill is up called the Corn Farmer Subsidy Bill. You look at your district, or if you're a senator, you look at your state, and you decide, will this bill benefit my state or not? And then you make decisions based on there. If you think it will, and you want to vote for it, if the other party brought it up, then you go to your whip, you go to your majority leader, your minority leader in the Senate, you tell him, listen, I think I need to vote for this bill. I know I'm going to break stuff with you guys, but like here are some concessions maybe that you or I could ask for this bill. Like this is how it should go. But now it's like a straight like RD. That's Democrat bill, I don't vote for it. Or that's Republican bill, I'm going to fight for that. And that's it.
But it would be also nice because then like that Republican senator, for example, or the Democratic senator can like get some face with their audience of like, hey, look, I can go across the aisle. I can actually vote on XYZ if it's going to benefit us. I don't see...
Which is what they do, but like the most cancerous, perverted way that this plays out is like there were people... Fuck, I wish I could remember the specific example of this. It might have been over the infrastructure bill where there were politicians that were fighting tooth and nail and then bragging about the accomplishments of like the Biden infrastructure bill.
They didn't vote for it.
They voted against it. Yes.
Yes.
And it's like...
evil. It's crazy.
So it's like, what the fuck are we doing here? Is retarded.
I think they were doing that with a lot of the infrastructure or the transportation bill too. They were like, oh, look, we're bringing the fucking trains back, XYZ. And they voted against it. It's fucking stupid. My favorite meme is the one where like Republicans somehow become really nuanced on every take when they're in office.
You mean when Donald Trump got his his bachelor's in economics, and he's like, well, actually, inflation is a cumulative effect, and I never said I'd be able to bring it down because you can only change the rate of change of inflation. And at the end, it's like, oh, you do know that? Okay, you fucking retard.
The funny thing is, it's usually the president doesn't like have huge ties to the oil price, but this time he actually it's a fucking 1-to-1.
Yeah.
He is the sole reason that oil prices are going high.
Yeah, and it's annoying to have to like explain because people will be like, you said the president isn't in charge of this. It's like, well, yeah, he's normally not, but like he doesn't normally do retarded shit like this. Or yeah, like you said that we could trust the DOJ and everything for Biden. Like, why are you saying now that you can't trust us? Well, because the president is acting.
Who's in the DOJ?
In a completely different manner than he ever has historically, you know?
You know, they're using this gasoline, gallon of gasoline, the cost of a gallon of gasoline like this is the end-all, and be all. And I just remember these stories about World War II and how the American people sacrificed a lot to win a war. And I also remember the price of gasoline was pretty high under the prior administration. What do you make of that?
Yeah, I mean, you know, all of the kinds of media that I consume, and they are making it. It seems that what's unprecedented, that there's kind of like an energy crisis, and that's just not true. I just tested that this morning. I gassed up my Jeep at Costco, and I effectively paid $3.80 for a gallon. And 2 years ago, it was $3.65 for a gallon. And I don't remember all the Democrats as a Democrat.
What? You don't remember that affordability and inflation was literally the number one fucking thing on the ballot? That it was the most important electoral? You forgot that? You don't remember that? What did this guy campaign on?
Brain damage, dude.
Bro.
As I am, we never described the energy kinds of crisis, and things were out of control. So for me,
problem? I mean, why is everybody so mad about gas? This is the first time it's ever happened. Surely this isn't a huge issue that always happens.
Jesus.
No way. I mean, what's this got to do with the price of eggs?
The reason people lack clarity on this is because Shapiro embellished it in the first place, not because Kyle didn't do enough research. Was Kyle Kalinske tweeting that Shapiro was in the IDF or whatever? God, the Jew shit is so boring. Oh my God, kill me. Oh God, kill me. Love you, Hutch, but Shapiro did say he volunteered in the Israeli army. All else to the side, is it false to say that he was in the IDF? You have to realize when Pisco has either dug himself into an indefensible position or when he's being toxically autistic, you're just trying to summon all of the moral weight of a particular word, but you're still like missing the central point. Apparently, Shapiro volunteered to do some work with the what was this? During high school, Shapiro spent 5 months studying volunteering in Israel with his classmates as part of a service project requirement, which they completed through a program that took them to a kibbutz in Israel, where he worked on a farm and at a fishery. The program also included service on an Israel Defense Forces base, an experience he described as being a past volunteer in the Israeli army. According to a spokesperson in 2024, people like Pisco and all these other weirdos want to say like he was in the IDF because what they're trying to make you think is he was murdering Palestinians. That's like the goal. He was in the IDF. He was raping and murdering Palestinian women. Like that's the normative weight that they're trying to summon. I'm asking in virtue of what is a volunteer in the Israeli army, not in the Israeli army. Are they definitionally in the IDF? Oftentimes when Pisco's throwing around the word definitionally, you know he's either being bad faith or not worth engaging with. It's so fucking retarded. Oh my God. Politico is reporting that 2 Democratic potential presidential candidates intervened to make sure the DNC resolution condemning dark money groups like AIPAC was defeated. Kamala Harris, did you reach out to the DNC to oppose the resolution? You've got Lycan being a retard on the timeline. Was happy to get the commitment tonight that none of the money raised will go to anti-Ukraine candidates. And anyone opposing giving Ukraine the means to survive. This should be the standard. Those running for office must state clearly they won't join Trump in abandoning Ukraine. But Dylan, what if an anti-Ukraine Democrat gets the nomination? Will you still vote blue? Jesus. So you're looking to pick up fights with libs today. First, I saw you baiting Stacy, then you went after Wick and Hutch. Now you want to mess around with Dylan. Bro, are you okay? The only people that the tankies will fight are the libs. Someday. Or maybe they won't. I don't know, actually. If Dems are too retarded to realize it, the party deserves to die, I think. I'm okay with it. I'm okay with it now.
I will never understand why when someone fucking hates me, they don't just like hate me this much. They don't just like give up and move on to other shit.
Notice that no real people in the media say this. This is not like a real thing. Why is this guy talking about my political takes? He must be obsessed with me. Like, you're a political commentator, bro. What do you expect people to do? You're out there giving political commentary and acting like a fucking retard at the exact same time. I mean, of course people are going to comment on it. Why are you so obsessed with me? Just stop talking about my takes. Can I please just give my political takes without anybody talking about them, please? Oh my God.
They go crazy for the rest of their lives. Like, it dramatically alters their trajectory, where every waking moment is another opportunity to just be like, oh, I can get one off on them. Because you respond? No, even when I don't respond. I mean, I didn't respond for fucking months, right? Like, you can't say that about most of my fucking haters, right?
This guy brings up the perceived hate complex against him constantly.
Once again, Bill Maher is like actually trafficking in right-wing ideals or right-wing ideology, reactionary ideology, and saying a bunch of heinous shit, which is precisely the reason
Bill Maher?
Why Elisa Slotkin doesn't have an issue with anything that he's saying, because it's about where you want to expand the tent to. That much is clear. A lot of these people want to expand the tent to the right.
Actually said that there was a double standard. I talked with Hassan Piker this week, and he essentially said that there was a double standard on you going on Bill Maher's show versus his Twitch stream. Do you want to respond to that?
Well, first of all, I've never been invited on his stuff.
and I've gone on Bill Maher a bunch of times. Look, I have said repeatedly, like, I gotta call balls and strikes, whether it's anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, coming from the state that I come from. And so that's what I've tried to do as he's come into Michigan. And, you know, I think there are a ton of podcasts or, you know, invites that I've not taken. And every politician has to make their choice. They have to make a decision about what they're going to go on. So I've been on Bill Maher. I think this is my fourth.
Is he talking about Maher's recent Islamic cultures rant? How is it right-wing to talk smack about Islamic societies, which are the rightest-wing societies on earth right now? Well, for Hassan, remember, right-wing and left-wing are just, that's like the aesthetic, right? He's just illiberal. He'll adopt the progressive. Had a bad date with this girl, but at the end of the day, we're all human beings out here trying. We all should be more kind and accepting to one another. I'm home. I'm sorry I was a little awkward. LeMayo, I just take a little bit to open up. I hope you had fun. I enjoyed meeting you, and I hope you don't take it personal. Don't ever put that message, ever. Don't even bother wasting your time writing that. Oof. I cringe just reading that. You're literally telling somebody, I imagine, why you're not going to go out with them again. Of course they're going to take it personally. Why even say that? But okay. And I hope you don't take it personal. Didn't feel an attraction or connection, but you're a kind girl, and I know you'll find the right person for you at the right time. Holy shit. Wait, oh, never mind. This is a troll. This is a bait. Actually, I take back what I just said. This is actually a perfectly crafted bait message. I could tell you were taking some things to heart. I really think you should do some internal work to strengthen yourself there. Hell, I have flaws, and I'm working hard every day to improve my self-love and confidence. I'm always here for you, and I mean that shit because life is short. You'll always have a friend in me. Never ever feel alone, dead ass. This is a perfect bait message. So we've got, I hope you don't take it personal after doing the most personally attacking, scathing criticism ever. Didn't feel an attraction or connection. He could have just said connection, but now he has to put attraction in there, which the girl is going to read as like, oh, I'm fucking hideous. He thinks I'm actually hideous. You're a kind girl. Oh, so I'm an ugly fat fuck, but I have a good heart. I'm nice on the inside, and I know you'll find the right person for you at the right time. I need like a hyper specific jigsaw puzzle piece because I'm such a weirdo that's like out on the cusp of reality that I have to find like the exact right person. I can tell you were taking some things to heart. I really think you should do some internal work to strengthen yourself there. And now calling her lacking confidence and things, and now giving her things she needs to work on? Jesus. How do you decline a future date without making it so critical on the other person? You literally could have just said, hey, I had a really fun time last night. Unfortunately, I didn't really feel...
So, as a lot of you obviously know, Tyler Robinson is currently standing trial for the murder of Charlie Kirk, with the real potential of getting the death penalty over there in Utah. However, in a bit of a surprising twist in the case, late last month, at the very tail end of March, the Daily Mail broke a story in which they claimed that the bullet fragment that was recovered from Charlie Kirk's body did not match the rifle that belonged to Tyler Robinson. Now, that was obviously a very sensational headline. However, after reading through the actual court documents that came out, they reveal something a bit different and something a bit less definitive. Firstly, let me read to you what that Daily Mail article actually said in part. Quote, the bullet that killed conservative commentator Charlie Kirk may not match the rifle used by suspected killer Tyler Robinson, a bombshell new court filing states. Robinson's defense attorneys now argue that the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives was unable to identify the bullet recovered at autopsy to the rifle allegedly tied to Mr. Robinson. Essentially, these court filings submitted by the defense, meaning the attorneys for Mr. Robinson, they alluded to a report from the ATF, from the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives. That ATF report itself has not been made public, but the part of it that was quoted in the court documents, it said that the bullet fragment recovered from the autopsy was compared to the rifle belonging to Mr. Tyler Robinson, and that the result of the comparison was inconclusive. Now, very notably, that does not mean that the bullet did not come from the rifle. It could mean that, but it could also mean that the fragment that they were able to recover was too damaged. That can happen when the bullet breaks apart and the grooves are no longer intact enough to be able to compare them to any particular gun. This study here up on your screen from the NIH, it actually contains in it one analysis showing that roughly 51% of bullet comparisons have the results come back inconclusive like this. However, like any good attorney worth their salt, especially when you have a client facing the actual death penalty, the lawyer for Tyler Robinson jumped on this detail, and she submitted a court filing, which was in the form of a motion, requesting the judge to have the case delayed while they tried to get the full ballistics report in order to actually present it during the preliminary hearing. Quote, regarding the firearm evidence, the defense has been provided with an ATF summary report which indicates that the ATF was unable to identify the bullet recovered at autopsy to the rifle allegedly tied to Mr. Robinson. Although the state has not indicated an intent to produce this report at the preliminary hearing, the defense may very well decide to offer the testimony of the ATF firearm analyst as exculpatory evidence. As these cases indicate, determining the number of contributors to a DNA mixture and determining whether the FBI and the ATF reliably applied, validated, and correct scientific procedures is a complicated process which requires the assistance of various types of experts, including forensic biologists, geneticists, system engineers, and statisticians, all of whom must review and evaluate several categories. And then also, atop this missing ATF report, the attorneys for Mr. Robinson also claim to have received over 20,000 files, including over 61,000 pages of documents, 31 hours of audio, as well as 700 hours of video footage. And they said that it would take them at least 2 months to be able to go through all that even one time. And they're therefore trying to push back the date of the preliminary hearing back several months, which actually makes the question of whether this ATF report will come back in time more important now, I guess you can say, than ever. Quote, the preliminary hearing itself is not a trial. It's the moment prosecutors must demonstrate sufficient cause to proceed. That makes the ATF report strategically critical right now. If the defense can successfully use it to cast doubt on the state's physical evidence package at this early stage, the downstream implications for a capital case are significant. Although, zooming out a little bit and looking at the broader picture, because prosecutors in this case still have the DNA evidence, because they have those alleged text messages between Tyler and his boyfriend, as well as testimony from his parents, the ATF report is not the end-all be-all. But as any good defense attorney would do, Tyler's lawyers are trying to use these murky findings to secure their client either a not guilty verdict or, at the very least, for him to not get the death penalty. Now, one other thing worth mentioning here in regards to the mounting amount of evidence in this particular case is that the prosecutors have recently submitted a different set of court documents in which they claim to have found a confession written by Tyler Robinson's own hand. According to them, Tyler left this note under a keyboard for his trans boyfriend to find later. Then Tyler allegedly scheduled an auto text message on his phone, which automatically sent his boyfriend a message at a later date telling him to check under the keyboard. He did, and he found this handwritten letter where Tyler basically confessed to everything, saying the following, quote, Luna, if you are reading this per my text, then I am sorry. I left the house this morning on a mission and said an auto text. I am likely dead or facing a lengthy prison sentence. I had the opportunity to take out Charlie Kirk, and I took it. I don't know if I will/have succeeded, but I had hoped to make it home to you. I wish we could have lived in a world where this did not feel necessary. I wish I could have stayed for you and lived our lives together. I lack the words to express how much I love you and how very much you mean to me. Please try to find joy in this life. I love you always, Tyler. Now, according to the court documents, the trans boyfriend then took a photograph of this letter and burned the original copy. However, I don't know exactly how, but somehow he failed to burn it properly, and the forensic investigators were able to piece it back together. I guess it'll come out during the trial how that could actually happen in practice. Regardless, though, in terms of the next steps in this particular case, tomorrow, which is Friday, April 17th, both the defense attorneys and the prosecutors will go back to court and debate the issue of whether or not to allow cameras and microphones in the courtroom. And that's obviously pretty monumental given the fact that if cameras are going to be allowed in the courtroom, I mean, when that trial is happening, probably every single channel will be tuned in, and I mean, that it'll easily get 100 million views across TV and social media. So that is obviously very important. Then next month, unless it's going to be moved back, is the preliminary hearing. It's currently scheduled for Monday, May the 18th. And so we can all look forward to that. All right, just to pause here for a super quick moment, I'd like to introduce our sponsor and my own personal gold dealer, American Hartford Gold. Now, as soon as the latest round of tariffs hit, almost immediately, the stock market hit some serious waves, we could say. It became super turbulent, very volatile, and of course, these conditions don't just affect Wall Street, they affect all of us with our investments and our retirement accounts. That's why I want to introduce a company that I trust and I use myself to help secure my own savings, American Hartford Gold. They specialize in helping Americans move their assets into something tangible, something you can actually hold, physical gold and physical silver. Two precious metals that help me sleep better at night, knowing that I have a hedge against all those brilliant decisions being made over in Washington. Now, they have an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau, they have thousands of 5-star reviews, and they make the whole buying process super simple. Your metals can be shipped directly to your doorstep, or you can transfer your current retirement account to a tax-advantaged gold IRA. And the best part is that right now, American Hartford Gold is offering an exclusive buy one, get one deal for my viewers. When you call them and mention my name, Roman, for every 1 ounce of gold that you purchase, you can get 1 ounce of free silver. And so take advantage of this special offer. Either call 866-242-2352 or simply text Roman to 65532. That's again, 866-242-2352 or text Roman to 65532. I'll also throw their information. It'll be down in the description box below. In the meantime, though, since we are talking about Charlie, I will mention here that we at the Epoch Times recently published a great documentary called Truth Under Fire, where we not only went through Charlie Kirk's life and legacy, but also we basically connected the dots and traced back the origins of the extremist labels that were imposed upon him, as well as the process of those labels spiraling out of control and ultimately putting Charlie in the crosshairs. Because this letter that allegedly was written by the very hand of Tyler Robinson, in terms of the rationale for assassinating Charlie, he allegedly wrote this: "I wish we could have lived in a world where this did not feel necessary." Where it did not feel necessary, right? And it's exactly that feeling that we explore in that documentary, because if you remember, when Charlie was still alive and he was having all those events, they were routinely getting protested against, right? And there were many reporters who would go down to those protests, and on camera, they would interview the protesters against Charlie, and they would ask them why they were there and why they were so opposed to Charlie Kirk. Many times, very often, they couldn't actually explain it. They would just repeat sort of the narratives that they might have heard online, like, oh, he's a Nazi, oh, he's racist, he's a white nationalist, etc. But if the reporter actually dug down and they said, okay, what specifically did he say that makes you feel that way? Very often they couldn't specifically say why they felt that way. So it was very fascinating to hear Tyler write, "I wish we could have lived in a world where this did not feel necessary." It almost feels to me that he got co-opted by this machine. And so that takes me back to the documentary, because in that documentary, we basically unpack the coordinated campaign that labeled Charlie an extremist. Because if you look back, it wasn't just one reporter or one influencer or just one media outlet. It really was this giant machine that was mobilized to label Charlie as a dangerous extremist, to basically tar and feather him and to publicly brand him as a right-wing threat to the very fabric of our society. And it wasn't organic. It was a step-by-step campaign to dehumanize him. And unfortunately, as clearly laid out here, it worked. But, I mean, I guess the silver lining here is that in the process, it woke up millions of Americans to these types of tactics. And so, yeah, check it out. It's a really good documentary exposing this powerful machine that framed Charlie. And if you want to watch it, I'll throw the link to it. You can find it down at the very top of the description box below. And also in the description box is all the relevant core documents that we discussed in today's episode. If you want to dig deeper into them, they'll be down there. Smash those like and subscribe buttons as you're making your way down there as well to help the video reach ever more people. And then, until next time, I'm your host, Roman from the Epoch Times. Stay informed, and most importantly, stay free.
Let's think of ways to make things even more fun, okay? I'll show you a brand new discovery next time, I promise. Good day.
thank you all very much. President Davis, Provost Inboden, Dean Dyer, faculty, students, and honored guests. I thank each of you for being here, and I thank the school and the officials here for the invitation.
I just hope
to
the
visit
memories
University
don't come
of
back to
Texas
haunt me
at
tonight.
Austin.
I think
My
I'll
wife
finally
Virginia
be
and
able to
I
get a moment's peace.
are pleased to be here to celebrate the 250th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence. If my memory serves me, this is only my second visit to the University of Texas, and this is the first visit at the invitation of the university.
I was about to
But
ask you when you were heading
I
out.
have hired and worked with a number of outstanding young people associated with this university. My first was now Chief Judge Greg Maggs of the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Armed Services, who was a fairly new faculty member at the law school when I became a member of the court. He took a leave of absence to help me as a law clerk during the second half of my first term. My first UT graduate to serve as a law clerk was Greg Coleman 3 decades ago. Greg went on to become the first solicitor of the state of Texas. He was simply outstanding, as was his son Reed, who also was a graduate of the law school here and who was also equally outstanding. Greg's widow and our very dear friend Stephanie is with us today. Stephanie, thank you. And thanks for being such a good friend. And both Greg and his son Reed clerked for my dear friend Judge Edith Jones, also a graduate of UT Law School. I greatly admire Judge Jones. She is one of my heroes, and I admire her as a person and as a jurist. And I'm grateful that she can be here today. A number of my former clerks are also here. I can't tell you which ones, so let me ask them to stand to be recognized. So in my chambers, UT and UT Law School are very well represented. I hope, I'm having a little trouble with this, I'm used to the podium, sorry about that. I hope that my talk today will help in some small way to inaugurate another great initiative, the state of Texas's plan to restore the teaching of civics and Western civilization to a central place in its flagship university. And I am grateful and honored to have been invited by Justin Dyer, the Dean of the new School of Civic Leadership. I'm also grateful for the assistance of my former law clerk, Professor John Yu, who has spent the last 3 decades at Berkeley Law School, but is now joining Justin and his team here at the University of Texas. The school's stated mission is to help students encounter the distinct inheritance of Western civilization and the American constitutional tradition as part of a larger quest for wisdom about how to live and how to lead. Your plans could not come at a more important moment for our nation when, as we celebrate the 250th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence, the very values announced in it have fallen out of favor. It is my sincere hope that your work to revitalize the teaching and research of Western civilization and the American constitutional tradition will lead the way in the reform of our nation's colleges and universities. And I hope that your example will help to rejuvenate our fellow citizens' commitment to the principles of the Declaration of Independence. I seem to always enjoy my travels to this amazing state. My wife, Virginia, and I have many wonderful friends and acquaintances here.
Royal Tree
And
is the best
it
weed
is
to
so
make
special to have our dear
Don't worry,
friends,
I always
Harlan
make
and
sure
Kathy
nothing
Crow,
goes missing.
join us today. One of the features of the state that stands out in a way that is the way that Texans talk about it. What comes through is a sustained and sustaining affection that they have for their home state. That reverential feeling for and attachment to Texas is to be respected and admired, and if possible, emulated. This affection is similar to the attachment that I grew to have for my home state of Georgia, and certainly for our country, despite the indelible mark of segregation and its companion evils. I was proud to say that I was American by birth and Georgian by the grace of God. It was not uncommon to hear others openly proclaim their allegiance to God and country. At our grammar school, St. Benedict's, we started each school day by lining up 2 by 2 and class by class in the schoolyard to watch the raising of our flag and to say the Pledge of Allegiance before silently marching to our respective classrooms. Even as so much of our God-given and constitutional rights were denied us, we still faithfully said the Pledge of Allegiance, memorized the preamble to the Constitution, and yearned for the fulfillment of its promised ideals. Sadly, these sentiments are not as widely shared among our fellow citizens today, and they certainly do not seem to have that sustaining strength that they had back then. In fact, all too often, the sentiments tend toward cynicism, rejection, hostility, and animus toward our country and its ideals. With the foregoing in mind, I would like to begin by addressing my first encounter with the principles of the Declaration of Independence. It is perhaps not what you would immediately think. The second paragraph of the Declaration proclaims, "We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights." Throughout my youth, these truths were articles of faith that were impervious to bigotry and discrimination. The American Heritage Dictionary of the English language defines self-evident as obvious and true, and requiring no proof, argument, or explanation. Whether they have knowledge or worthy, they were never true. They were the Holy Spirit. Immovable and unquestioned. Despite outdated laws and customs that reeked of bigotry, it was universally believed among those blacks with whom I lived, and who had very little or no formal education, that in God's eyes and under our Constitution, we were equal. This was also the case with most of them at home, school, and in the church. We were taught that we were equally equal, that equality came from God, and that it could not be diminished or diminished. We were made in the image and likeness of God. That proposition was not debated and was beyond the power of man to alter. Others with power and animus could treat us as unequal, but they lacked the divine power to make us so. Somehow, without formal education, the older people knew that these God-given or natural rights preceded and transcended governmental power or authority. When you lived in a segregated world with palpable discrimination, and the governments nearest to you enforced laws and customs that promoted unequal treatment, it was obvious that your rights or your dignity did not come from those governments, but rather from God. Though not a literate man, my grandfather often spoke of our rights and obligations coming from God, not from architects of segregation and discrimination. Men were not angels. They were subject to the constraints of antecedent rights. And we were not subject to those men, even as we were subjected to their will. We knew that life, liberty, and property were sacrosanct. Those truths were self-evident to the adults in our lives and were taught to us as indelible, undeniable truths. Those around us would endure or could endure the insults of segregation with dignity because they knew that in God's eyes they were equal. All too often, there is an unfortunate tendency when discussing the Declaration to make these self-evident truths and first principles of government obscure. Intellectuals want you to believe that our founding principles are matters of esoteric philosophy or sophisticated debate. Even those who support them too often talk about them as if they were academic playthings. They overcomplicate them, take the spirit out of them, and discuss them in a way that puts us to sleep. But the principles of the Declaration of Independence, as I encountered them, are a way of life. They are not an abstract theory that you only learn in college or law school, but the basic premises of our Constitution and government that you can learn from the people all around you. When Alexis de Tocqueville visited early America from France, he was struck that there was no country in the civilized world where they were less occupied with philosophy than the United States. But there was likewise no country where the principles of the Declaration were more deeply ingrained or more fiercely defended than those same United States. That is the sense in which I knew the principles of the Declaration in my childhood. That is the only sense in which those principles can sustain our country. And that is the sense in which I will speak
Where the fuck
to
is
you
that
about
piece
those
at?
principles today. I believe now, as I did then, that the Declaration of 1776 provides us with the principles to guide us as citizens of our republic. Even in this time of questioning and criticism of our republic, we should not forget that the Declaration established the principles that produce, despite all of our imperfections, our miscues, and our tragic mistakes. It gave us the freest, wealthiest, and most powerful nation in the history of the world. It provided the moral principles by which Frederick Douglass, Abraham Lincoln, and Martin Luther King would criticize the institutions of slavery and segregation. The Declaration, in fact, along with the Gospels, one of the greatest anti-slavery documents in the history of Western civilization. It did not establish a form of government. That was the work of the Constitution that followed, but it stated the purpose of government. The Declaration made it clear, in clear prose, that the purpose of government is to protect our God-given, unalienable rights that all individuals equally possess. As Abraham Lincoln declared in 1858 in the midst of his great debates with Stephen Douglas, quote, "Drop every paltry, insignificant thought, for any man's success is nothing. I am nothing. Judge Douglas is nothing. But do not destroy that immortal emblem of humanity, the Declaration of American Independence." The ideas of the Declaration are so powerful that our nation could not coexist with the contradiction created by the great evil of slavery. Those principles were so powerful that hundreds of thousands of Americans fought and died in the Civil War to make men free. Those ideas have been so powerful that they convinced our nation to finally end segregation. They continue to be so powerful today that they have inspired people throughout the world to throw off the shackles of their own oppressors. And it all began with our founders declaring in 1776 in the Declaration of Independence that we hold these truths.
What's up? I'm Troubleshoot in the squad. After we finish clearing it, it's placed me on the eastern side, and if we head into this first area here, you'll see just through this door that inside of here we've got the first piece. This, and if we head into this first puzzle. So
Because I didn't know what it was when I first grabbed it.
The Sanctum is whole again. I'm grateful for everything you've done. Sometimes I wonder, if we fail and the abyss collapses, what then? No one truly knows. Things might improve, or they might worsen. With the outcome so unclear, we cannot risk ordinary lives on such an unknown fate.
We talking about my game? Yeah, what have you been watching?
May kindness remain ever by your side.
Yeah, I just completed this puzzle. No, I couldn't find the piece, and then I looked it up, and what ended up happening was when I was doing stuff and I didn't know how to play the game, I put it in my bag, and then I had to try to find it, and I didn't know what it was called, and I just guessed that it was one of the first things I put in my bag, and I was right. It was. What? Not always. That's a good way to look at it, but now I gotta talk to the Witch of Kindness. Because I did all the missions. I did do a decent amount of saying.
Oh, back already. The sanctuaries are restored. At least the sky won't come crashing down tomorrow. The thankless life of a witch's work. If we do it right, nothing happens and no one notices. I see the future a bit more clearly than the others. Thanks to you, we avoided the absolute worst possible outcome. The world could have been flung into complete chaos. How tiresome that would have been. Did I ever actually thank you? Thank you. You're truly a kind soul. catch your eye? Anything catch your eye? Right on time. Go on, have a look. Need something in particular? If you're ever bored, you can always come visit.
chop you up so cold.
You stink.
Hi. You hide peace from me. Why you hide peace? Why no letting door? Thank you. Oh my god, did I not do the laser on the last one? It was atonement. Well, I'll just do Court of Atonement or something. There's only one of them. Not doing that.
This is power moved freely I through speak of a time long. Not everyone who drew upon its strength but the folly of a few harmed the many. You to help make sure such a fate never returns. May your strength be guided by your beliefs.
Yeah. Okay, now it's time to go to the other town dimensions. Now it's time to finally go to here. Okay. I guess we could start that area now. Oh no. Last time I don't think I could have figured out which you guys I was like, nope. Alright now, fuck everybody.
Hiya! Ho! Please! Someone help! I've nothing you'd want! Thank you so much for your help. I was on my way to deliver herbs to the monastery when those blasted bandits set upon me. Perhaps escort me there.
All right.
They've smashed my wagon. I'll have to explain to the priest and see if I can borrow another one. I don't even want to imagine what might have happened. If you hadn't shown up. I'd be dead without you. Thank you so much. It ain't a lot, but please accept this small token.
Hiya! Faster! Hiya!
Unfortunately, weird. The land of Dementia. Dude, what is it? I wonder what it's about. Holy cow. You're just not in this area.
Hey, let's talk. I specialize in transforming garments. I specialize in transforming garments. A little look into have a colorful day.
I think there's something else too.
Oh, I'm dying to know. Greymane, if you could spare a moment, I've a request, but
What's going on?
my husband is a soldier and they went on some mission, but I haven't heard
Where's
some
he going,
horrible
dude?
things about men with bows. Could you look for him?
What, something you seen on YouTube or something? What are you doing? And what are you doing? You're crashing out. Partially. A little bit. Looked like it.
Every traveler needs good food to keep them going. Yes, what can I get for? Goodbye for now.
This is for you.
I owe you.
Nice. Bro. I got sneak in here? Am I allowed in here? Oh my. Alright, well, let's rob this place.
You barbarian!
Oh, snap! There's a righteous conquistador. Burned him up. It's okay, just don't fight back. You don't fight back, you don't die. Oh, here we go. Yeah, I don't know how sneaky we're gonna be because I can make a lot of money just robbing everybody. Dude, how do I get downstairs? Open window. Run west. Oh, the Southern Court. Oh, I'm so sorry. Southern Court. Oh, good. No, there's a mission to do here.
Run it.
Fine day, is it not?
I rage out when I hear my dream. I'm gonna eat some ham today. Carry 5 animals in the weasel family. Well, how many did I carry? 0? I don't know what animals are in the weasel family. Dum, dum, dum. Intelligence, damage. Why so stupid? Why no?
Ah. I'll make this visit memorable with an exclusive offer.
Oh, wow. Wow. Look at the artwork. Wow. Wow.
Come back whenever inspiration strikes.
I think I'm gonna keep my stealing to a minimum. Tough on taking steal. Welcome to the circus. Yay, it's the circus. Oh!
How do you do?
How I get one of those?
Ever seen someone carve their name onto an animal?
That's it, my cap.
What's this place? That's what I'm supposed to know.
Yep.
Oh, well, I can't call back artist degrees, but they'll do it. Just jump in right here. You jumping back here? Oh! Jumping back here. Oh. Oh. You don't tell anybody you came up here. I don't know why you came up here alone. I just take you out so fast. You die so easy. Alright, next time you shouldn't do. It's not very smart. Dude, if you close these guys. Dude, stop doing that. Fuck you. Dude, I'm gonna look.
Beyond those hills, once dwelt a mighty fire dragon that soared through the skies. That dragon burned the village and turned the fields to ash. The Flame Knight and his order gave their lives to stand against it. Sparks danced upon their blades, and the sky burned blood red. At last, the dragon fell, and the knights built a castle on that spot. To this day, the castle walls bear the scorch marks of that fateful battle. They are the scars carved by the dragon's final breath, and a testament to the knight's courage.
Wow. What happened next?
That's enough for tonight. It's time for bed now, my brave little knight.
If I weren't on duty...
seen it. Ultra brain power. I gotta steal it. Why must do it like that? Why must be stupid? Nandu? Steal this one. Steal that one. Steal that one. I really want that flamingo. Investigate a report. Steal the sword. Steal the sword. Steal the sword. Steal the shield. Getting hungry soon, buddy?
Intruder! This way! Halt!
What would you like to eat?
Knife!
Okay.
How did you...
Alright. I'll make them right now. Okay. You know you still have the food on warm too, right? That's what I meant. Oh, okay. Okay. Well, that's what you said. Sorry. I had 2 big bowls yesterday, so rest is all yours, dude. Yeah, I already had 2 big bowls, so tear it up. Do you want me to keep the coffee pot on then? Okay. Alright, here you go, buddy. The plate's like super hot, so you might want to put the plate on a pillow and not put it on your legs. It'll burn you. It's like burning my hand very badly. So they're very hot. Okay.
To make it this far. Forward. Surround him.
What's going on? Why such a commotion in my hall?
An intruder, my lady. We were about to apprehend him. Just say the word.
An unexpected guest, then. A cause for commotion, indeed. Seeing as you're here, you must be one of the illustrious Greymanes. I've heard how you chased a bear all the way to Mayfair City. Come. I suspect our purposes may align.
Chess!
Leave us. I shall speak with him privately.
My lady, at least allow us to stand guard.
I shan't say it twice.
She
Return
won't.
to your posts.
She shall not.
Please, follow me. Now, why all the effort to elude my guards and enter my estate?
I meant no trouble. I came seeking information.
Is that so? You could have tried the front gate. Are all Northerners this impatient?
It's proven effective.
Yes. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Colette Azarian, daughter of the late Lord Robert Azarian.
Pleasure.
Well met. You've come far, but I am afraid I do not know the whereabouts of your nemesis. Fortunately, I do know those who might.
You have a suggestion?
Isn't it said the enemy of my enemy is my friend? I suspect we could become very good friends. Would you like a drink? I have been searching for my sister Beatrice, the rightful heir to my title and estate. Her disappearance and the tragedy that befell your people. I believe the one who holds true power over this land is behind it all.
You mean the royal family?
No, one who sits higher still. The man who purged the king's loyalists and seized the throne. Duke Caliburn. I believe my sister was conducting an investigation into his affairs, but I've heard nothing from her since that bloody coronation. These days, I don't step foot beyond these walls. Out there, a single misstep could spell my end. Any nobles who oppose Caliburn fear befalling the same fate. Only Countess Marshall and Count Byron seem unconcerned.
And you want me to see what they know?
Exactly. They're Caliburn's faithful hounds. They surely hold the answers we seek. Remember, while our purposes differ, our goal is the same.
ominous.
Colette, this is my responsibility, no one else's.
But the Duke...
Quiet now. I'm the only one who need step into danger. Should anything befall me, the family will be yours to lead.
Beatrice, please.
I won't sit idle while our kingdom crumbles.
What do I care of the kingdom if I lose my sister?
Colette, without our kingdom, we are all lost.
You gotta hold X. Alright.
Drop.
Alright. Stop. That's the good spot. That's a good one. Go to another piece. Press B. Now go to this piece, the piece you got a fragment of whatever on.
No.
If it's over on the D-pad. There you go. There you go. Turn it.
This looks good.
Okay, maybe I don't know.
No.
Turn that one.
Let me turn it again. No.
Oh, there you go.
You think that's good?
Yeah.
I think this needs to be switched up a bit.
Yeah, spin it up. Looks like Big Solo. Go to the next piece. Go up one.
Yeah.
Yeah, spin that one around. Do a little spinning. Whoa, what is this? Ah!
Now let's go to the top. I think that's it.
I don't think that's it.
Okay.
You can't see because his
How
hand.
does this look?
I think you're getting very close.
Let's see. I think we need to spin this again.
I think you need to do the top right and this one.
This one would have to be right. Now what? That's all I can help you with.
Oh man, he was the puzzle champion, dude. You were so close. I could see it. You were right there, dude. I can't believe you gave up. You were right there.
What? One more turn?
Well, no, there was a couple pieces, but you were not far. I could see you weren't far at all. Now I have Big Manor Key. Where does Manor Key go? Statue, operate. Oh, snap. Masterpiece, Silence of the Dawn. I just stole a masterpiece. Holy crazy nappy. Holy crap. And I'm gonna put that right in my little house. Real little house. Got a real little house.
I had planned to deliver her to him myself. But it seems the waiting's worn his patience thin.
How cruel.
What did I do when I clicked that? Well, maybe I wasn't supposed to do that. I hear bombs.
Back to your cursed homeland!
Come on, I'm not down yet.
Intruder! Get them!
You're alive, dead here, dog!
Don't gotta worry about nothing. Now, I tied up every single soldier. Oh, one more left. notable.
Did everything go to plan in Payloon? I hear their warriors are rather formidable.
The Greymings? Left them for the beasts, likely being ripped to shreds.
I want to get rid of soundboard things, Damien, so I can press buttons and I can do all them sounds, all them funny sounds and stuff. That'd be fun. Oh, what's down here? Big secret. One more secret. Just the one sound.
Did everything go to plan in Payloon? I hear their warriors are rather formidable.
The Greymings? Left them for the beasts, likely being ripped to shreds right now. How's the hunt for Countess Azarian going? Grand General won't appreciate his playthings being late.
She's been hiding herself quite well, but it's only a matter of time before we catch her.
Let me know if you need our Palonese pounds on it.
Damn, what do you mean my inventory is full, dog? No, I'm not infiltrating another man without donating stuff to people. We got this farmer right here. Oh.
Here you are. For you.
I owe you. What's it you're after? What's it you're after? Come by again.
Not the guy I wanted to meet.
Not to worry. It's as I always say, coin doesn't stink.
Greymane, excellent timing.
What's going on?
There are a number of and I'd like to salvage any we can before those bloody bandits swoop in and claim
good
them.
as new with a bit of work.
I'd go myself, but the bandits are crawling all
I'll
over,
handle it.
thinking they own the place. I promise the reward will be worth your while. My son here will guide you to the wagons.
Come, it's this way.
No, I didn't want to do that.
Lots of folk have been ditching their wagons lately. While fleeing from the bandits. They're everywhere. Doesn't matter how busted the wagon is. Just bring it to us and we'll fix it right up. No sense in letting it go to waste when we could turn it into coin, right? There are bandits ahead, so we better move with caution. Last time I went to fetch a wagon myself, I nearly got killed. But with you here, I'm not worried about a thing. And if you come across any abandoned wagons in the future, don't hesitate to bring them our way. We could always use more. Work in the fields, not enough to keep everyone fed. But at least I know a bit of carpentry, so it's helping put food on the table. You should see a wagon any moment now. I'll see you back at the farm.
one piece. And so's the wagon. Good work. Move it, you lot. You won't find a better deal in these parts. Whoa, steady, and whoa. Steady.
Does he want us to run?
Bring others in like this, and I'll always pay you handsomely. We'll do this business again. All right, everyone. Get it over there. Go on. Quickly, come on.
Every traveler needs good food to keep them going. Just in time. You're very welcome here, day or night.
This is for you.
I owe you.
A mighty blade tests the heart of its master.
One of them can win.
My skills are... always at your disposal.
This forge has restored many fine blades. I want to hear all about what... my work has seen out there.
Every August 22nd. And then he said August 22nd. What do you mean, August? That's our day. Hey, ChatGPT, write me a fake story about where I came from. Oh, there's only 21 days left. Search for
Need something packed? You've come to the right person. What? Come back when you've more stuff to leave with me.
Finally, no. That one Yes. My little.
Aha! It is another puzzle time. I am Puzzle Master. Puzzle Master. Puzzle Master. Who am I? Puzzle Master. How's he doing? The Puzzle Blaster. Puzzle, puzzle, puzzle master. He's the puzzle blaster. How do you do it? Uh-oh. We're almost there, dude. I think this is how you. I think this is how you do it. Right there, and then the middle one's gotta come. Why is it only letting me hit those two? Is that like... okay. Dude, didn't I just have the picture? I'm so confused. Oh my goodness. I wonder. What are you playing, buddy? Huh? Oh yeah. I gotta be a secret Agent Man. What's up?
People are blaming the war on terror secrets. But you know why, isn't it?
Why?
The government. The government has certain safety restrictions. The game has 0 safety restrictions. It's probably gonna get banned. The only way for Roblox to stand is for it to have safety. And the government has been put and planted these safety so bad people can't play this.
Correct.
In reality, terror's not Roblox's fault. It ruins the game. It wouldn't happen. Unless there was no place.
That's crazy. They want me to assassinate their parents. And I did it! I'm sorry. It wasn't my fault. You shouldn't have been in this room, dog. Yeah, don't come in here. We gotta steal some pictures and shit. And then after we steal everything, we'll be back. And we got a chest in here and a book.
Listen here, George. You're certain we can take on the Greymanes?
You dare question me?
The
Lonely Jackals will take care of Jian while you remain here.
Is that so? It's about time Ludwig stopped groveling after Jian.
And remember, Kalfade is next once Payloon is taken care of.
So the Greymanes will be finished before long.
Wait, I haven't finished.
Don't try to order me around, Count.
What an uncouth fellow.
Now I must find Chesty Chest. And probably do another puzzle that I can't wait to not do. Steal that. Oh, nice. My favorite. The chest, another one. Oh, this one's a turn one. This one's a lot easier. Turn ones are super easy for me. See? Yeah, this one's so easy. Still, I got the Mark of Darkness. That kind of seems like it could be a cool ring. What's the deal? The Mark of Darkness is better. Who would have guessed?
doing?
Who witnessed it?
What is this?
I'm sorry.
You make me sick! What is this?
Hey, man. We're gonna start playing in a couple minutes. I'm just bringing some food out real quick. Haven't eaten out all morning.
We're back. Back with the Fox News Alert, Chief Foreign Correspondent Trey Inks just speaking with President Trump and has the latest from Tel Aviv. Trey, what can you tell us and what did the president have to say?
Yeah, guys, good morning. I just spoke with President Trump for about 20 minutes, and he told me if Iran does not sign this deal, the whole country is getting blown up. He went on to say that bridges and power plants will be targeted if Iran does not sign this agreement. The president telling me that U.S. Special Envoys Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff are heading to Islamabad, Pakistan for meetings on Tuesday, possibly into Wednesday, to try and get this agreement across the finish line. The president telling Fox News this is a very simple deal, but this is the last chance for the Iranians. The president very clear in our conversation that he is not making the same mistake that President Obama made, giving cash to the Iranians and allowing them to continue a nuclear program. The deal on the table is to reopen the Strait of Hormuz to ensure that the Iranians do not have this highly enriched uranium that is buried deep underground after Operation Midnight Hammer last summer. And again, the president telling Fox News that the entire country will be blown up. Bridges and power plants will be targeted if the Iranians do not sign this agreement. This is a significant development because we are in this less than 72-hour window before the ceasefire between the United States and Iran expires. And the president has given the Iranians an opportunity for an off-ramp, an olive branch. He is extending to the Iranian regime to avoid this region going back into war. And the president said the United States military is prepared. He said the U.S. has massive amounts of ammunition, even better munitions than they had in the opening days of Operation Epic Fury, to use against the Iranian regime, to target a variety of different positions across their country if they are not willing to make this good faith deal. And again, he tells Fox News that his special envoys are headed to the Middle East, and they are going to try and get this deal across the finish line. But this is in the hands of the Iranians, if they are willing to make a good faith agreement. And if they are not, the president has indicated there will be significant strikes against the Iranian regime in response if this diplomatic effort does not succeed. Guys?
Trey, in your conversation with the president, it hasn't been talked much about lately, but there has been focus on Karg Island because of its strategic proximity to 90% of the crude oil goes through there. Did the president raise